now it's bright. Gosh darn it. Ah, that's creepy. Mute that. Alrighty then. Let's put on some music. That's a thing that I like to do. Twitch window. No. Yay. Alright. Whoa, that's kind of creepy. Hey, Muma, welcome to the Skip stream. How are you doing tonight? So we're going to do that thing that we normally do, is basically tell everybody that I'm streaming tonight, and then we're going to get started. Also, hey Bess, welcome to the Skip stream. How you doing tonight? I should probably not have this many tabs open, but that's okay. I don't care. Twitter. Mumo writes, good, just practicing perspective, drawing, and preparing for Nigeria. Hey, dang, you going to Nigeria? Congrats, dude. Well, I say congrats. What's the word I'm actually looking for? But, yeah. That's kind of what I mean. Like, congrats. Desktop. Speaking of which, I should get on my Discord. I'm still playing Catchup for Moomer Rights. What are you streaming tonight? Well, I'm still playing Catchup from last week, so I'm gonna be working on the strip that's supposed to go up today. I mean, that went up on Monday, and then I'm gonna go work on the strip that's supposed to go up next Monday. Yeah, fun times. That's what you get for when you're behind. Now what I'm looking for. Right, Twitch, Tumblr. Normally I'd be doodling something for Skip Draws a Thing on Friday, or I'd be doing something completely different, but to be honest, I got a lot of catching up to do if I'm going to be on time next week, so time to get back on to work. And last but not least, Facebooks. Well, I don't want to say that. Wow, my head's not working right now. Let's see. Yeah, sharing a group. That's not how you spell that group. Post that there. Share in another group. In a group. Blah blah blah. Post that there. Nope, not on friends timeline. Share in a group. Alright, who's in chat? Oh, let's make that bigger so I can see who's also. Alright, I think that's everything. Oh, and then you gotta text a person, let them know that I'm streaming, even though they're not gonna pay attention to it. Alright, I think that's everybody. So, let's see, what am I looking for? Adobe Flash. No, it's in Dropbox. Current projects. Work in progress. Number 6, number 93, production, static comic, work files. I didn't save it out. Okay, that's fine. Sketch, work files. Cool. Alrighty then. That's interesting and weird. That's cool and cute. That's also interesting and weird. Alright. Whoa! Demi Trickster and Jolt Jaguar, welcome to the Skip Stream. Meanwhile, wonderful news in Jolt Jaguar's world. That captioner job I applied for called back. I have an interview next week. Congrats, Jolt. Good luck. Alright, what are we looking for? We're going to change the music a little bit, because as much as I love this music. Even I'm getting tired of this for a little bit. So let's see, what are we listening to tonight? Yeah, let's listen to New Job Is. That's usually how that goes, Jolt, for most of us in the animation industry. If we don't make it directly into the field, then we usually end up working some side job on the side. I need to really fix this redundancy in my speech patterns because it's getting weird and dumb. Alright, so set the timer. Streaming. Alright, set the timer, start recording, and let's rock. And actually, let's turn that down a little bit, because I can't hear myself. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty then. So how's everybody doing? I know Demi Trickster's got it. Not Demi Trickster. Jolt's looking for some more new work. Luma is on vacation. And I don't know what's up with Demi Trickster. Let's change that color to black. Throw in some boundaries. Plop. Let's change that width to 5. Yeah. So if I seem a little haggard, it's probably because I just got out of the shower, which is weird because getting out of the shower shouldn't tire me out. But I guess it's like getting out of the swimming pool, but that also shouldn't tire. I mean, that should tire me out. I don't know why taking a shower is tiring me out or sleeping me down. No idea. Don't really care. That's alright. Ungrab these. Delete all that. And then Dummy Chicks are strong while trying to find a new TV show to binge. Huh. Well, you got Netflix? Rather, what sort of show interests you? Aside from, you know, the SkipperWing live stream. Alright. So, copy that. Go back into there. F8. Why is that up there? Let's bring that down here. Cool. CrimFly P01. There we go. Copy that. Paste that. Convert that to a symbol 2. Alright, F8. P03. Okay. I wonder what there is to watch right now, because I mean I would just say Voltron, but that's because I haven't seen Voltron in forever, and I would totally love to re-binge that. I don't watch a lot of TV anymore, unfortunately, which I really should, because as an animator, the more stuff that you watch, and the more stuff you're able to be influenced by, the better your work gets. You don't really get better by kind of sectioning yourself off from the world and declaring that everything else sucks. Busy.
I just want paper.
Alright, come on in. You're welcome. Close the door on your way out. And Demi Trickster writes, I honestly watch anything. Yeah, I'm weird in that I kind of have really, really stupidly high standards for stuff. Like, if you don't hook me in like the first 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm done. And I move on. Paste layers. Frame/mask. I've probably been text messaged. Or not. Somebody did a thing on Patreon. Didn't want to put that in the text layer. Put that there. And paste layers. Frame/mask. Max. Because I can't spell. Mask. There we go. Mumu writes, when you go to a comic convention like Awesome Con, do you see many celebrities like Jason David Frank or Darren Norris? Well, that depends on which convention, what I'm going to a convention for. If I'm tabling at a convention, you better believe I'm at my table. So I don't really get a chance to go out and do a lot of stuff. In fact, actually at Awesome Con, I ended up standing at my table while my table-mate ended up doing a lot of running around. That's not to say I didn't do a lot of running around myself, but I was definitely I was doing a lot of table watching. So yeah, no, if you're at a convention to sell stuff, you're at your table. You're not wandering around the convention floor very much. Now, if you're going as a regular attendee, then you're kind of let me. I hit the button again. There we go. Let me check something real quick. Alright, microphone's back on. Sorry, I accidentally hit the mute button. Whoopsie daisy. Thanks for the heads up, Muma. So, yeah, most of the time you have to pay to get autographs and just even talk to the people. So, it depends on how much money you have. Pretty much that. So, yeah, let's see what happened to this person. They went completely blank. And let's make that black and white. Jolt writes, I'm very picky about what I watch. It needs to engage me very quickly, otherwise I lose focus. Yeah, that's me too. And also as a cartoonist, independent cartoonist, I don't have a lot of time on my hands. I usually just like I can that's tiny and short small. But yeah, I just usually don't have enough time to dang it, turn off object mode. I just don't have enough time in my day to watch a lot of stuff. And I mean, even when I do have time to watch stuff, I usually end up working on something else because I got a lot of ideas and things. So, how much does it cost to meet celebrities at a... Muma writes, how much does it cost to meet celebrities at comic conventions? It varies from celebrity to celebrity. For example, the lowest I've heard, I think, David Hayter, who voices Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid, he's $30. To get 2 signed autographs from Charles Martinet at AwesomeCon last year cost me $60 each. And then if you wanted to talk to Stan Lee, if you wanted to get an autograph from Stan Lee, that cost $120. And the reason for that is because what used to happen is that these guys would come and they'd do it for free. But then what they found out was happening was that these people would sign autographs, and then those autographs would then get flipped for money. This was like before eBay, but even then eBay didn't make it any better. But the idea is that like you sign, like say the guy signed, like Stan Lee signs something for you for free. Or actually what happened to Bill Watterson. Bill Watterson used to go into bookstores and covertly sign copies of Calvin and Hobbes. And once people found out that he was doing this, they would buy the book for whatever the cost was on the shelf, and then they would sell it for however much they thought. They would flip it on auction sites because, hey, here's a book signed by Bill Watterson. Your book's not signed by Bill Watterson. My book's not signed by Bill Watterson. Mine's worth more than yours is. So that's why they started at conventions. The artists started, the celebrities started charging for their autographs, because gosh darn it, if they're going to give you if they're going to give you their time and attention, come on, stop being dumb. Flash. There we go. If they're going to give you an autograph, and you're going to sell it, they might as well get something out of it. Since after they've sold it to you, it's yours to do whatever you want with. If you decide to sell it, well, fine. So yeah, like most artists, or rather most celebrities, are hyper expensive, and not without reason. So let me see. Actually, I can check it down here. And let me come out here. I'm going to change that, and we're going to make that a guide layer. I'm going to make that a guide layer. There we go. So that way, if I scroll down to check it real quick. That's weird. Cancel. Yeah, that's a layer. Ew. That was weird and dumb, but fine. Alright. I don't know why I was panicking, but I was. Although if it's not doing what I want immediately, that's usually a panic sign. I can't believe today is the longest day of summer, and then everything's gonna start getting shorter and shorter again, which I hate. And he's just kind of devastated because, as far as he's concerned, his little sibling just died. And he's just kind of super devastated. But not that sort of masculine, like, oh, get the person killed me. It's like, nope, world just shattered. Not to be Moomer writes, on the bright side, Ramadan is almost over. That would be bright for me if I, you know, celebrated. I mean, if I fasted during Ramadan, which I don't. So, not really much of a consolation for me. Sorry, buddy. Alright, let's make that a group. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pre-plan this animation. And group that. And group. And yeah, that wasn't gonna work. And Jolt writes, still working on that art piece. Drawing a trail of blood in the air is a relatively new experience for me. Well, that's the fun of doing projects. Because you always learn something you didn't know you were going to be able to do. Alright, that's too far out, so let's bring that into 150. This is kind of why I wish that, to be fair, I could have done this with object mode and drawn out a proper sketch so that I could figure out where the arms were. So there we go. So the idea is that for the animation, this guy's gonna sink to his knees. Actually, that's not how that works at all. So rather than just draw it out, ink it out straight, I'm doing all the points, the pivot points, beforehand. So that way when it comes time to animate, I already have the pieces. So it's a little tedious, I'm gonna admit, but it'll be worth it. I hope.
Okay, we can take it all back to the register and start
And,
all over from
oop.
the canister. Let's break it all down into pieces of bright moments that pass by like a meteorite. Throw on your favorite jacket and you're good to roll on the analog trail and you
Okay. Oops. Don't close.
sunshine, hurricane, all the highs and lows.
And
We can take it all back to the register.
then sleeve.
All over from the canister. Let's break it all down into pieces of bright moments that pass by like a meteorite.
There we go. Muma writes, for me, I'm working on an art piece that is called Snow Girl OGB style on Illustrator. Cool. And let's group that, or rather, let's rotate that just a little bit. And then group it, and then inside that. Bring that down, and let's shrink this head just a little bit. There we go. And this guy's got really burly arms. He's a big dude. I'm really improvising muscles a little bit here. And he's wearing a t-shirt, so. No, I'm busy right now. Jesus. Jolt writes, by the way, do you still do song requests? I do not. I'm just been too lazy to set it up, and I kind of also don't really care to set them up anymore. Maybe in the future again, but for the time being, they're not really going to be a thing for a little bit. I need to sort of like get back into the groove and then of streaming, and then once I do, then I don't know, I'll bring them back. But for the time being, no. So that's what's up. And he's got just a little bit of shadow. Well, I'll say a little. It's really a lot of shadow. There we go. And group. Honestly, I should probably call this a different color. And let's bring that out a little bit. Yeah. I don't cut my arm off. And group that. And let's go in there. Let's add a little bit of shadow. Oops. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. There we go. Yeah. Hyper Flippy Pasta writes, hello. Welcome to the skip stream, Hyper Flippy. Or rather, Pasta. How are you doing this evening? Oh, I love this song. Even though I know that it gets part of the video that I'm watching, so there is that. And it's time for a break. Oh, thanks, Pasta. Alright, let me hit save. Hit stop recording. Take the break. Set the timer. Whew. Alrighty then.
Time can be generous, but ultimately time is indifferent. Time does not give two damns or a fuck. So what will you do? What will we do? So I'm in the middle of the street talking to the signs, and people are looking at me, pointing and laughing like this motherfucker's crazy.
Flippy writes, need ideas for future animation? No, Flippy, I'm good for a very long time. Let me see if I can find what I wrote as a list for like things that I have to do that I could probably stream. Actually, I can't find the list. So let me see. First off, I have to get ready for the next CrimFly. Then there's a Sonic fan animation I want to do. Then there's another Sonic fan animation I want to do. Then there's a Hamilton as animals animatic that I want to do. And I'm forgetting so many other things right now. So I appreciate it, Flippy, but I am good on ideas. No, you're good, Flippy. I'm stock full of ideas, and when I need them, then I will totally take suggestions. But odds are, if I'm taking suggestions, it's probably for things to draw for SkipperWing Draws a Thing, not for full-on animations. They just would take too long to just take as a random suggestion. Muma the Troller writes, if you were to print out stickers at Artist Alley, what kind of paper would you recommend? I don't know. I have never actually sold stickers at Artist Alley, and I don't look forward to maybe when CrimFly's got a few more characters, I will probably look into doing that. But for the time being, yeah, I don't know what paper to use. Let's see. What does Google say? Google sticker paper for printing. How to print labels? No. No. Staple sticker paper. What? Alright, Matt White sticker. Apparently Staples sells sticker paper, so I would start there and go and then and then branch out from there, Muma. There we go. Alright, let me get a Coke real quick, guys, and then we'll start right back up. Be right back. Alright, and back with my Coke. And the door closed. Because whenever the screaming starts, I don't want to be party to it. Oh, I love this song. So let us turn off the break screen. Hit streaming, start recording, and play. Alrighty then, let's get back to work as soon as I figure out who the heck is messaging me. Alright, so let's see. We were in the process of drawing a hand. Yeah, I don't want to find me. opportunity. Stop supporting me. Oh, meaning to life. Let's see if it happens if I bring that. Ah, that's bad. Alright, so when you go in here. There we go. So that mixes perfect. That gels perfectly. Let's do the other hand. Alright. To me. I appreciate the unique opportunity. Stop supporting me. Show you that music gives my meaning to life. Wow. Never stop supporting me. How meaning gives my music to life. Love to me. There we go. That's actually perfect. Actually, that should be there because that's going to be a problem a second. Speaking of which, on that note, let's make that in red because otherwise I'm gonna not be able to see that when I paint over the other bits that are white. The reason why I can puppet this out right now rather than waiting till I actually have animation to, I just remembered because like you're probably wondering why I'm doing this right now rather than just like inking it. The reason why I'm doing this now is because I know that the motion's not going to be crazy busy, so it won't be that hard to sort of like puppet on top of this. Even though normally I would ink over there, I would just ink this straight and then not, and then Yeah, no, I would ink this completely straight and then do the puppeting, or rather redraw this and do a puppet when I get to the animation part. But I know what the animation is, and I know what I want it to be, so this isn't as reckless as it looks. That being said, the hard part's gonna be the jacket. Yeah, the jacket's gonna be fun. Group. Oops. Group that. And again in the red. And bring that down there. And fill that out just a little bit, just to make sure that that's covered up. And let us fade in that loaf of bread in red, not white. Boop, 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 boop. And let's do the pelvis real quick. Even though really I should have attached the pelvis to the lower torso. That's what I should have done because it would have been easy. Ooh. Bring that down because the shirt is going to cast a shadow over the pants. And boop. And create enough of a pivot radius that we can tell what's going on. And erase that so we know where the pelvis is. There we go. And fill that with white. Let's put that behind everything. Group that. Yeah, and make another group. There we go. And we're almost done with this panel, which is great. Go on top. Put that down. And feet. Yeah, not going as fast as I would like, but this is still going faster than I thought it would. Cool. Now let's put another leg. Actually, I'm gonna cheat. delete that. Rotate that around there. Bring that down a little bit. Actually, rotate these two while I'm at it. And then bring those behind everything. Then boom. Alright, then next, well, first saving in the production static comic work files. Call this read. Okay. It's a very floofy jacket, so we're gonna add some floof via texture. Okay. Alright, so let's group those. Now this is going to be special, because we're not going to go all the way around, because otherwise it's going to block the arm and the parts where it does loop around. And now for the other bit. And we're going to treat it as if we could see it on this side, so and group that and put some lines behind there. Cool. I'll put those in front of that. And then last but not least for this sleeve, this is going to be so many layers and motion tweens. What's cool about this is that you can see where the folds would pivot around this if it was an actual jacket. I mean, it was like a 3D model or something. Group that. And of course, bring this on top of that. Flip that horizontally. Actually, let's bring all of that behind. Well, actually, barring. This is gonna be tricky. Let's bring these in a little bit. And let's go in here and we're gonna adjust these shadows because they don't make sense. This is really why I should put the shadows on a separate layer. But I didn't, so pay the price. Oops. Let's put that in black. I know break time will just give me 2 seconds. Save that. Stop recording. Oof, I almost hit, go to break. Reset the break timer, reset the start timer, and then boom. All right. Oof. So how's everybody doing right now? I know we're a little bit more mellow than normal. And also a little bit more quieter than normal too, for that matter. Jolt's talking with their former supervisor about art. Nice. Oh, come on. All right. What are we up to? Oh, let's put that back on streaming. Start recording. All right. Yeah, we're gonna cheat on the jacket. Spotlight. Text. And meet the background. And let's move character and spotlight. Make that a 0. Break that apart, break that apart. F8. CrimFly 93. PO1. CrimFly 01. Right, this is a text one. TXT. Okay. Huh, I think that's it for the music. Or not. Bubble. What's up? What's the magic word?
Please.
You're welcome. Don't close it when you leave. Don't close it all the way because it's getting hot in here. Thank you. Here we go. Transformations. Modify, transform, remove transform. Died and yeah, we're gonna delete that layer. Break that apart. That's still not right. No, I'm streaming. There we go, it's a lot better. There we go. And paint selection. Boom. Click that. And let's make that a group. Oops, paint normal.
Crush a cold to a diamond, eyes forever shining. Your beauty alone inspire a nigga to rhyming. Thinking of the better things in life. Thinking of how I could persuade you to become my wife. Hand in hand as we floating over tropical sands. You my lady, I'm your man, so let's further advance to the next scene. Me sleeping next to you resting. You're the personification of all God's blessings. Coming to me in just one physical being. One physical dream that I want to redeem. Yo, voluptuous, sweet caramel, brown honeydew, satin skin smooth to the touch. What a nigga do, so sensual. Her smile like a chemical extract of perfection. Rare mineral, she smell like a happy birthday on a Thursday. Quiet time, love, sleeping, awake early. Honey brown with the long black hair, teasing me with the kiss and the stare. Slight touch and you taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. She's angelic and energetic, using sex as a weapon. I reckon that I confess in her body is just a blessing from God down to earth. She needs to be in the church to prove it. It's born from fish, but God's work hurts to see her glow, cause her body beholds secrets untold, value like platinum and gold. But she is the key to open my mind and see the energy that radiates from the gates of heavenly bliss. I reminisce over touching a kiss while you fucking the bitch. I'm gonna make none of my miss. Never scandalous, it's unanimous. After you were handled it lights off and candlelit rooms are glamorous. So I call you love sexual, you look edible. Parallel, snuggle up close, intellectual. In a rendezvous, who wish you a rap hairdo. No makeup, a jeans, shorts, open toe shoe. I wanna hold you, mold your soul, I behold you. Know you better than myself, never own you, but keep you, never leave you. I beseech you. God's gift to man is you wearing a see-through. Riding sea-dools in Atlantic Ocean, causing commotion. Lay you down, going through the motions. Keep the skin soft, lotions got me coasting. Down pretty round brown thighs and get a slow lady brown with the long black hair. Teasing me with the kiss and the stare. Slight touch and you're taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. Yo. Look at this agreeable to life, unforgettable, so sweet you may be edible. She needs a pedestal to step out of heaven. You ready, boo? Never hypothetical, you facts. Fuck theatrical, baby girl, because you actually physically your chemistry is so mathematical. How to use academics to define your spirit. You lifted my limits, your name off on my tongue is a lyric. She's a compilation of my mind's representation of a representative, representing an excellent revelation, a time and dedication. Never impatient, she know the deal. Herself to me, so I can see her heavenly ways and heavenly
Probably spelled a little bit of that wrong off screen. Let's see here. And this is panel 2. Okay. Bubble. Oops. Oh yeah, this is almost done. Whew. Oops, gotta play normal. And also gotta save too.
Individual stars float in the ocean of God, rocking the peaker in the saddle while I'm visiting Mars. Egos bigger than Jupiter, I'm breaking the bars, holding me back down to earth through physical laws, touching the moon. Race as I ready resume. Comets flying through space, bringing possible doom, blocking the sun, bring a holocaust in the world. I'm talking back to Father Time, Mother Earth is my girl. I got the wings of angels walking down the valley of death, watching my step, cause the devil's never one to respect. Come correct on the studio track, taking it back to the pen and pad. I blast the original rap. Brother on the B-boy tip, I gon' spit, I tag the charts with the graphical hits. So who you fucking with? Arm, leg, lead to arm, head. Snap me a net back while you spit out a pen. I be the original son of a bitch, hurting your wrist, cause you spinning my shit so much that needle skip. Flip to the rhythm and reminisce, remember the days of 9-4, hip-hop was a gift. Words out compatible lips came straight from the heart. Never pre-packaged a bought, won't negative thought. Pedal to consumers, magazines and rumors. Commercial spots turn real artists to clueless. Precise rap, rock and roll, nigga, let's do this. I flow through notes, break beats with my maneuvers. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Speaking to scorpions, making my heart turn to porcelain. It used to have a steady beat, now it's easily broken. Mind coasting, train of thought, stopped emotions. Welling at the core, my being causing commotion, needing release. Cause the stress will tear me to pieces. My love ceases and my thoughts breaking the leases. I had on my life, but the strife making me leave this. I can't beat this, going to God to defeat this. Will he help or do I have to do this myself? I'm lowered and confused, the blues burning my health. My eyes remain closed cause my highs are lows. I'm feeling the blows of rain cause my pain is cold. Now who am I? A man or a pawn in life? Living day to day, I pray, am I wrong or right? Losing my mind, so maybe you can help me find the way to go, so I can be leaving this pain behind, trying to sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death, said a wise man from Queensbridge on Guilty Blessed. Trying to rest instead, I rest my head on a pillow of hardships. Misery is the bed, on my back I lie. I can see the sky through the glass ceiling. The reason tears down in my eyes and I can't move. Grief won't let me think, my soul is dry. Call just to take a drink, I made you blink. Think like a visible man with mechanical hands trying to reach out to my fan. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, viscosity of the hidden meaning between my words, thinking the plot, I caught hidden rhythms and verse, I'm loading the hearse, you biting like a Dracula curse, and bringing the words to hurt like a sermon in church containing the you. Hurts just to listen to truth, see you rapping, listen to lies, so you live in the blues, I'm beginning to win. Young man, master the sin, battle within, looking at the devil and grin, I'm flipping the script, walking on a journey and trip, on a journey and this, at the fact that life is a bitch, and I'm hating this shit, losing blood making me crip, stakes aside, bet and I lost the grip, searching for bliss, with the razor over my wrist, needing a job from the drug test, checking my piss, you can do a window and singing immaculate conception reborn, piercing my core with 7 swords, igniting the war, looking to the eyes of the Lord, calculating what more, singing the signs of heaven evermore, the last matador, riding a pale horse, losing my course, splitting the hands, causing divorce, marriage a born, a havoc and song, I stumble upon, lost jewels of thought to be gone, lost forever, I sever motherfuckers with letters, written in script, forward to the rap that I rip, from the top of the lip, make a drink, taking a sip, then I'm open the shit, falling deeper into the abyss.
Surprisingly enough, this is not Shiki no Uta from Samurai Champloo. Copy that and copy those. That's funny looking, but that's not what we're looking for.
Joint sound hitting now. Freestyle or written down. Flow is played out, money. You need to get that shit in style. Joint sound hitting now. Freestyle or written down. Flow is played out, money. You need to get that shit in style. Joint sound hitting now. Freestyle or written down. Flow is played out, money. You need to get that shit in style.
Two seconds break timer, and then I will get to you. All right, fine. Shut up. Break timer. All right. Stop recording. Break. And run the break timer. Also reset the other time. I get it. Breaks over. I'll get to it in a second. I'm busy. I know you're having fun. I'm busy. I get that, but she's saying like she wants to do entire internet right now. No, Sam, I'm busy right now. All right. All right, let's see. Turn that off. Oops, streaming. Start recording. Hit play. All right.
Quite simply, we're the same and we're not. Know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you. I just think different. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based in your perspective. Quite simply, we're the same and we're not. Know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you. I just think different. You fall in love with body parts. I connect mentally with my female counterpart before we bound physically. Cats that chill with rap about revolution while you rap about drug abuse and distribution. Wanna be like Mike? Yo, I wanna be me. My queen's hard to obtain and yours is easy. We both from Maryland, but we rep in DC. We all front sometimes, that's how it sees me. My word is bond and yours is worthless. You're mainstream, I'm beneath the surface. I stay working hard while you hardly working. All you want is money and your dicks up. Are you certain? Yo, I want a better world before I cease to live in. Put faith in myself, got
group. Do, 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 do. And group that. And the black. Let's bring that up a little bit. Smoke. Aye. Text.
What side you on? You want the live is right here. Don't look any further while your vision is clear. A lot of fog in the mist trying to throw you a curve. All these rapping thugs getting on my last damn nerve. You eat the same piece of cake day in and day out. A tired ass flavor gets played out. Save that tag along, going and tour around for the rust. We rock, all the people say yes sir. We fresher than all of these picky niggas on the mic and scratch. You know the wiki words to match. You still playing catch up. Far behind the line trying to cut, but you wasting your time, please. Come on, dude, read the 5 D's. Superior rhyme C's. Don't have our own style, we got styles plural. Still caught up in yesterday, stepping and fetching, getting swept away. Futuristic black, holding mics like soldiers, hold weapons on the attack. Weapon, Cincinnati's finest, no question. 5. You say Queen City. Throw your hands up in the sky. Wave around from side to side. We about to get fly.
I think that's it. At least that's it for the ink and paint portion of this anyway. Still got animation to do. But I'm going to tackle that tomorrow for this particular strip. Instead, what I need to do is I need to move on to the next strip, because otherwise if I don't do that, then I'm going to be behind on Monday. So first we're going to save. And then we're going to hit stop recording. And we're going to take a break. I'm also going to pause that and cancel. Alright, so what was I gonna do on my break? Actually, let me see what I'm gonna do instead of turning this off. Let me show you guys what I usually do for these strips. So, open. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that now. I'm gonna take a break. Oof. Alright, let's set the actual time for this so that way I can actually get back into the mood. Meanwhile, here's my pet cat, who is being derpy. Cat doesn't like being stood up on his hind paws. Yeah, because your butt really needs to be in my face right now. Your little fluffy pillow. Ay, ay, ay. You're just happy to hang out with your favorite human, aren't you? You're a silly cat. Yeah, you're a cute cat. There you are. Oof. I'm gonna be weirded out if my cat can actually sense when the timer's about to go off. And 14 seconds. Do. Alright, cool. Yeah. Alright, so let's open the file I need. Open. This will probably be the last thing for the night. Production, static, work files. Alright, so let's go back to here. Streaming. Start recording. Timer started. Alright, let's rock. Guide. Oops. Guide. Guide. And let's change your colors. Copy that. Ooh, there's just something I forgot to do in this one. Make that a guide layer. F8, Control V, PO1. Copy that. F8. And face layers. Face layers. Face layers. Whew. Oh. I was gonna do that. Maybe I should stop doing that though. There we go. Actually makes it works a lot better. Group that. Group that. Okay, usually what happens is I end up overshooting my bounds if I don't pay attention, so let's fix that. Is that it? That sounds like that's it. That was it. Mostly because I could use a pump up. Understand the concept of love. Somebody to kick some ass. The concept of love. And this continues the trend of people whose faces are not visible because I don't care about the characters, and neither should you. Then you shouldn't care about this particular police officer. What is love? What is free love? What is love? What is freedom? Let's kick some. Understand the concept of love. Understand the concept of love. Still wish they would release the Xbox version of this. Really, when they released the one for Dreamcast on the PS Vita, I was like, eh. Oh, that's creepy. Ooh, high roller. Noted. Oy, oy.
What's up?
Whoa! Ew.
What is going on?
Not much. It's actually been a pretty mellow stream.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's been pretty mellow, period, all day, I feel like.
Yeah, like, I didn't actually have, it's funny because, like, yeah, like, for, like, the last hour and a half, or however long it's been, so it's just been me, so, well, Jolt's actually been in the chat, but, I decided instead of, pretty, well, yeah, I mean, I haven't been talking much, because I'm trying not to force it if I don't have to.
I hear that, no problem.
So,
I just got back from Taco Hell.
Taco,
Yeah.
ah.
I was like, I'm hungry, I don't feel like cooking, and I need something cheap.
AKA either the new owner or the new property of Burger King. I forget which. I know they either bought Burger King or they got bought out by Burger King.
Let's look that up. Yeah, I was supposed to stream, but I'll probably do like a late night, like hour, like quick sketch thing.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that because I was just like, it's getting kind of late.
Mm. It's just been a long day. I mean, I had to leave my house for like 5 hours.
Nice. Meanwhile, apparently one of my friends just won an Emmy.
Nice.
Yeah, Primetime Emmy Awards for being a background artist on Archer.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay, in one deal, Los Angeles, so equity firm Brentwood Associates sold K-Mac Holdings Corp., the large Taco Bell franchisee. The unnamed buyer was only described as a private equity firm.
No,
In another deal, GPS Hospitality sold 43 Burger King locations near Cincinnati to Carroll's Restaurant Group. The deal followed GPS Hospitality's acquisition earlier this week of 194 Burger King locations along the Gulf of Mexico. So it's not just one bought the other, it's like they're just changing hands all around.
that's good to know, I guess.
It's just moving money. Large sums of money that I'll never see in my lifetime.
I'll never say never. Ooh. But yeah, no, I got the inks done for strip number 93. So
Nice.
yeah, so now I'm doing the inks for strip number 94, and then I'm gonna call it a night after that.
Okay.
Because basically, like I told you about how I wanted I was initially gonna call this one a late weekend. I mean a late one, and then get caught up next week. But that didn't happen, thanks to foresight, which means that barring hiatuses, my streak is kind of untainted.
Nice.
Yeah, for the time being, anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Holy cow, they filled this with cheese. Jesus.
So yeah, so now I'm in the middle of inking and painting. I'm basically doing 2 strips in 1 week,
Wow.
which I can get away with.
I was like, that's insane.
Well, I can get away with it because I'm on break for like the next
That's true.
next 2 weeks after this week. Like I'm on break this week, and I'm on break next week and the week after that.
Okay.
Which is
Are you going to BlurredCon next weekend or no?
it's this weekend.
What?
It's this weekend.
BlurredCon? No, it's the 30th to the 2nd.
So that's shoot. Then I would have gone a table if I'd known that. BlurredCon is about a hotel. I don't care about that. I want to see when the actual date is because I could have sworn it was this weekend.
I just got the email today for the table check-ins.
I mean, not that it would have.
Friday, June 30th to July 2nd.
Then I would have probably tried for a table at BlurredCon then.
I think it's still open.
Yeah, but I don't get paid until this week. And even if I didn't get paid, there's so much revamping of my table that I would have to do. That I wouldn't be able to afford to do BlurredCon, even if I want to. I do kind of want to, because I mean I'm out of issue 1, so those have to be reprinted. I would need to get those prints done of for the 11x17 to have artwork just to set up in front of my table. And I still need to get the wire cubes.
Okay.
So that's just kind of a non-starter right now. I mean, unless I wanted to go into BlurredCon selling Volume 1 and issue number 5, and everybody's like, well, where's issue 1? And I was like, I sold out and I didn't have time to I didn't have money to get new ones.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm still kind of miffed that it's that AwesomeCon and BlurredCon are literally one after the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think that kills a lot of people, especially with. Well, the thing is, here's what's gonna happen. I mean, in my opinion, if AwesomeCon keeps getting expensive as it is for tables, now don't get me wrong, AwesomeCon is huge. They draw the numbers to justify it, but if especially local artists or whatever can't afford it, I can see people going to BlurredCon because you get 2 badges and all this stuff, and electricity, and all this stuff for $185.
Oh yeah, no. Cause I'd planned for AwesomeCon before BlurredCon was a thing.
Yeah, no, that makes BlurredCon in its own thing. Like they didn't advertise enough. I feel like, or it was like too late.
Cause like Kaiser is actually going, is tabling at BlurredCon, I think, as a special guest, I think.
Hold on, let me check because I saw the artist thing. I didn't know if I had a hand in anything because I'm not listed. Yeah, no, it's Brian.
I mean, he'd be under his real
Yeah.
name.
No, Brian Tillman. Yeah, he's as a special guest.
I mean, cause he's been working the con and indie artist thing for a very long time. So
Right.
that's why that's happened. CrimFly. But even then, I don't know if he's tabling or if he's just as a guest.
Hold on. It doesn't say. Because under vendors and artists, I don't know what he would be under.
No idea.
No.
I mean, my question is also what is the ratio of art like for artists there? Because it's one thing for them to say, yeah, we're BlurredCon. It's another thing for all the artists to still be doing fan art.
Yeah. I mean, 3, 6, 9, 12. There's 13 vendors listed, and there's 12 artists listed. I don't know how big it's gonna be, but they have all these guests. A lot of indie guests.
That's pretty cool. Do you know if how much the tickets are?
Let me tickets and hotel. $45 for all 3 days.
Oh, I guess I'm going to BlurredCon then.
If you can. And Larkins needs a roommate for hotel.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I mean, as much as I would love to, I just don't have that kind of money.
That's fine. But if you can't get a hotel, I don't know if you're okay with. But he doesn't drive either.
I mean, I'm going to commute from my place to Greenbelt because it'll be.
No, I know. I figured you'd do that. It's in Arlington, by the way. It's not in Washington D.C. proper.
It's probably still not that too bad. Well, if he doesn't have a hotel, wait, so he's just not gonna have a hotel room?
I don't know, because he talked about driving up with me Friday. Like, he's like, can I drive up with you? Because Chris and I are getting our own hotel room, because it's also our
anniversary weekend, yeah.
Yeah. So, but he's still driving up with us, but I'm like, I didn't know if he got a roommate or something for a hotel yet. I'll message him right now. Because I put out a blurb, I don't know if anybody got in touch with him. I'm hoping they did. Because, granted, the con hotel is only $91 a night, which I feel like for a con is cheap. Because usually it goes through the nose on that.
How much did you pay for the motel in Jersey?
45, what was it, 20, no, it was 28 a night or something, or 40 a night. It was something super cheap. Because it was a motel.
Yeah.
Why is it telling me that's the first time I've talked to Larkins on Messenger?
Well, on Facebook Messenger?
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably because you don't usually talk to him via Facebook Messenger.
No, I do.
Speaking of, we should probably address him by his chat name rather than his actual name.
Drastic?
Yep. Because I forgot that we're like being super hyper casual. I was like, crap.
Yeah, my bad.
It's all good.
My bad. No, like I said, it's been, well, like you said, it's been like just a casual day. Like, da-da-da. Like I said, I bought my house. I leave my house for 5 hours. I've been up since 5:30 this morning. And then my brother, I helped out my grandmother till like 10, 11 o'clock. Then I came home. My brother came up from Severna Park because like I told you the other time, he's getting into all this stuff.
Yeah.
And he just wants to draw and create, and he just wants to be like have positive energy around him. I was like, okay. So we just hung out for a few hours, and he forgot his 1-year anniversary with his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, so he's running off to do that, and then Chris came home, but then I had to run out, get new jeans and stuff because I got a job interview this Friday.
Nice.
Yeah, and as soon as I got home, I was like, let me take a nap. 3 hours later, and then you like messaged me about your stream, and I was like, I need to go get food and Chris wanted to play like Destiny for a bit, and I was like, okay, let me do all these things.
Popular Jiggy is popular.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna get to it tonight. And I'm like, you know what, it's okay.
You know, it's funny with the lessons I learned at AwesomeCon. I think I probably would have done well at BlurredCon if I'd had the funds to restock everything.
Right. Absolutely.
But well, that's okay. I'll just make it a promo tour anyway then. Well, it's like what I did at AwesomeCon last year, where I got my name out there.
Right.
I just won't be selling stuff because that's kind of illegal. At least I'm pretty sure it's illegal, and if it's not, it probably is, and I probably shouldn't be doing it anyway.
At BlurredCon?
Yep.
I don't know if it's a first. I can't remember if it's a first-year con or not.
It
But
is.
they're having us fill
They,
out. Yeah,
they did
they're
not
having us
exist
fill out-
last year.
Okay. Well, they have us filling out task forms and stuff. I probably wouldn't mess with that.
Yeah, I'm surprised AwesomeCon didn't make us do that. Though, then again, by then I'll have my paycheck, so I can make back. I can make that back. Cause I know, like, it's funny because like Katsu made us do it. SPX makes us do it. I'm surprised Awesome doesn't make us do it. Oh, because Katsu and SPX count themselves as Maryland conventions, probably.
Oh right. Yeah.
Like, cause I know like Awesome is very, very much District of Columbia.
Yeah, but BlurredCon is Virginia. We have to fill out a sales tax form anyway.
So, why did that not go through? Oh. But my niece is having fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because they're watching the Lorax, and so they're having a crap ton of fun. Like my sister was parading around the house wearing a fake Lorax mustache that she found on eBay. And so they were singing right outside the door because I'm right next to a bathroom where there's a mirror. So I was just like,
Okay.
This is adorable, and if this was any other time, I'd be like, this is adorable. But I'm streaming right now, so you can't be doing that right now, or at least not right the bathroom. And my sister's interesting because at first she tried to argue it, but then like I overheard her trying to shush her daughter. So.
Oh, that's funny.
So she knows what's up. Oh, so I don't know if I told you. I'm getting a check from Frederator.
Huh?
Yeah, I finally cracked Frederator over on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, cause you know like how I am monetized on YouTube for everything. Well, everything that I choose to monetize. So I finally cracked $100 again.
Oh, nice. So they're sending you a check for that?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Well, yes and no. I'm leaving Frederator after that, after I get my check. Well, because, to be honest, like, after, like, Frederator was great for, like, I guess the year that I was not employed.
Okay.
Because they helped me, like, that's why I have thumbnails, that's why I have a regular update schedule, that's why I have an end card, that's why I bothered with the annotations, etc., etc. Because Frederator was like, yeah, you should really do that if you want to get popular on YouTube.
Right.
But, YouTube did not YouTube did not pay off for Frederator. So they kind of, like, hot potatoed everybody that was part of their network. Because what they'd come to realize was that a lot of the people who were popular because were popular before slash either popular because of something that a niche that they'd found, or because they were chasing popularity, but it wasn't like viable for animators.
Oh, okay.
And then combine that with like not so much the sort of financial unviability of YouTube for like full scale projects and really like what's the word? Commercial works. Like how they tried to be in Puppy Cat for free on YouTube for a while.
Right.
And then that kind of just didn't work because the ad revenue was just not enough.
Mm-hmm.
So so the thing is that then they kind of dropped they didn't really drop anybody, like if you're still affiliated with the network, they'll still you can still get in contact with Federator to do channel audits and stuff, but they don't have a strong community.
Okay.
Like what they used to do is like every Thursday they'd have a best practices meeting where they'd go over how to get popular on YouTube and what you should do and how to network with other people. And I met some pretty cool people through that. But like after a while they kind of stopped doing it because it just wasn't working. Especially since like most people were not really ready to be YouTubers.
Okay.
Like you know how like Facebook used to be just purely for college students, and then like after a while they're like, well, screw that, we're making so much bank on marketing to everybody, so then it became for everybody.
Okay.
So that's sort of what Federator did when with their network at first, was basically, hey, yeah, you're reaching a certain threshold, you want to be in our network so we can promote you even more. And then they kind of eventually left the floodgates open to everybody.
Oh.
And so that didn't pay off for them. I mean, a few people it paid off for, sort of frustratingly, because it was like this sort of, oh yeah, we're the people who are chasing the popular stuff like memes and response videos and all that jazz. We're doing well, but anybody doing original art was kind of like SOL. So yeah, after a while, like I was still on it. Like you can see on my videos where it's got the Federator end plate.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like I don't get anything out of being with Federator anymore. So after this, I get this check, because the check I only hung on to because like I was so close when I kind of made the decision to kind of step away from Federator. Mm-hmm. I've been sitting at like $90-something for like the last 6 months.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like I've been sitting at like a really high number for a while now, and so like I was like, you know what? I will wait until I get the 100, and then I'm gonna leave. Because Federator was nice while it existed, but it's sort of obsolete now. Or it's not so much obsolete, but it's just not worth it to be part of a YouTube network right now.
Right.
Because the problem is that like, the idea was that they would promote you if you like put the work in to promote yourself.
Right.
But that just kind of stopped after a while. Like Sparkflow guy, I think he's still in communication with them to help him push his animated series. But or not his animated series, but his animated short. I don't know if you've seen the animatic for that yet.
Probably not.
Oh wait, because you'd have to do it through me to him on Facebook. But anyway, so I think he's getting them to help him out with his animated short. I say short, but it's like 45 minutes long. It's good for it's good for what it is. For 45 minutes, it doesn't feel bloated.
Okay.
So it's not one of those ones where it's like somebody has no idea what restraint is. But so I know he's getting help from them, but beyond that, I'm like, you're not doing anything for me that I'm not already doing for myself. So after I get that check next week, I'm dropping Federator. Whew. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of, yeah. Although admittedly, this is these strips are gonna be pretty simple, so I can do more than one in a week.
Okay.
I also don't have any work right now, cause I'm on summer break.
Okay.
So that's why I have time to do this, cause like tomorrow I wake up and then I can spend the entire day working on animation for number 94. And then on Friday I can work on animation for this. The trade-off though is that it means that you have to really be careful with my money. Like that's like I'm probably gonna still say the same thing that I said at AwesomeCon, which is basically I love your stuff, but I can't pay for, but I'm still paying off the table from AwesomeCon.
Yeah, I feel like AwesomeCon you have to be somewhat known, only because it's.
Well, that's so funny.
Because the tables are so expensive, it's like in order to make and that's not including hotel and all that crap that goes along with it. Like on average, like unless you're turning over product every day there. I mean, it's.
Well, what's interesting is that I actually made back my table.
Yeah. Well. Oh, and you commuted in, right?
Yeah.
You said every day.
Yeah. I commute.
I'm talking like. I'm talking about the average artist who gets a hotel and a table.
Oh yeah, no, they're kind of hosed, but
Yeah.
like I feel like with me, I could have made more money if I was taking commissions, and also not just if I was taking commissions, but also if I had been if I had marketed my table right.
Right.
Because I think those are the two things that hurt me. One, because like that's how my table mate made back his stuff. Like his was like he didn't really so much sell books or art as he made like he got commissions.
Right.
And that was his bread and butter. Whereas me, I sold out of issue 1s, like both the I sold out of issue 1s the books. And I sold half the USBs too, and I think I probably could have sold more if I had taken the video and PDF off.
Right.
Because I charged them at 15 to have the so I could have the so I could put the video on and the PDF as safeguards, because like you can't play them on a Mac. Like I don't know how to get them to export on a Mac. Like Flash won't let me do that.
What what PDF?
No, the app.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean,
the problem is an app for Mac. First off, apps for Mac are made in Objective-C, while apps for Android are made with
Java.
Yeah. So it's making apps for either one. It's not even just a matter of making the app and setting out. It's whatever programming language that OS is taking. And the problem is Mac made literally their own programming language for their stuff because, IP and all.
Well, what I used to do is I would export them. I'd have them in a folder, like have the Swift in a folder, and then have the Swift player, the Flash player, the Mac one and the PC one available in the folder. But it was convoluted, so I decided to export it as an app through Flash. So it can be done. It's just stupid complicated, and it doesn't look as a melancholy moron writes, "Whoa, dude, you deserve more profits for your art."
Hell yeah.
Much appreciated, Melancholy. Well, I'm getting there. I'm just starting is the thing. So what's on the Gum Road store, which I need to start promoting again because apparently people liked the UI for that. Is that there's the folder that has all the files plus a Flash player, so you can read it on a Mac. It's just not as intuitive as doing it for Windows. Close that. Close. Turn it off.
Gumroad. Oh, I have a question. Cause
Shoot.
like I'm pretty much gonna close Etsy. Besides
Oh, really?
not having touched it, like I've been hearing so much mixed stuff about it. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it down. Is Gumroad? Do you like Gumroad? Like their setup and you know how that lets you interact with products and stuff and ease of use between you and the customers and what have not.
I do. But I haven't had to do shipping yet. So
Okay.
I'm not really sure how that's gonna pay off. I mean, that's kind of the problem with most of where I am right now is just I'm not like seeing enough return one way or the other to say, oh yeah, that's good or that's bad. Like the only one where I've seen like concrete stuff is Instagram.
Right.
Because Instagram was like, oh yeah, you put tags in and then boom, like 40 something likes. The trade-off. I mean, the trade-off, like, I average, like, 40 to 50 likes on Instagram for almost everything.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, do you use tags?
I try to use tags now that I've gotten a little wiser, like, not on Etsy, but, like, whenever I do, like, the videos and stuff, I put in so many tags, it's not even funny. And then, like, for Instagram, like, I did what you talked about. Like, I started filling in and seeing what the most popular tag with posts are. And I've found that when I do it that way, it's like, oh, hey.
I know, right?
I gotta go back, now that and that's running, now that I mentioned Instagram, I have to go back to my videos, the speed paints, and actually, like, cut them down to 30 seconds somehow.
Oh, what, for Instagram?
Yeah, I didn't know it was that much of a, barrier, or what do you call it, limitation.
The limit's actually a minute.
A minute?
Yep.
That's still...
Well,
like, even my fastest is like 10 minutes, and I'm like, jeez.
Well, have you seen what I do with my speed paints on Instagram?
Kind of. Like, do you just, like, cut out portions and then put it together?
Yeah, I just overlay bits and pieces of it. Like, basically, it's like I go for 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. Hold on a second, let me turn off this alarm. So I don't know, Melancholy, if you've ever been to my stream, but what I usually do is I take a 3-minute break, before I start working again. So hit stop recording, put on the break screen, put on the timer, cool. So yeah, I'm not actually gonna go anywhere, but I'm gonna stop working for about 3 minutes. So just an FYI if you're wondering what the heck I'm doing. So yeah, no, what I do is like I put on the first 15 seconds, then I overlay not the next 15 seconds obviously, but I skip to a later point in the video.
Okay.
So like I go from parts where I'm sketching, then I go to a part where I'm inking, then I go to a part where I'm doing the rough animation, and then I go to a part where I'm doing the cleanup.
Okay.
And then at the end is just the end card that I usually use on YouTube.
Right. Okay.
So that way I can still do the I can meet the 1 minute time limit, but it also incentivizes people to go to check out the YouTube channel, because if I could put the entire speed paint on Instagram, then nobody would ever go to YouTube.
Yeah.
But even then, what it does is it tells people, hey, he's updated, and it keeps it keeps my Instagram going. So even if you're not checking out the YouTube channel, you're at least keeping up with me.
Right.
So
Just doing all the things.
pretty much, you know me.
Oh, I know.
That's pretty much. Speaking of which, command Instagram.
Are you paying $10 a month for Gumroad?
No.
Okay. Because I went to they have pricing. And I'm like, pricing? Like, is there a non-pricing one?
Last I checked, it was. I mean, I'm not paying anything for it, but it's free. I think under a certain monetary threshold.
Okay.
Ultimately, I think you can pay extra for something else, but I forget what it is. I just haven't bothered to because I want to sort of redo redo the UIs, the various UIs.
Right.
But people bought the USBs or were able to figure out what was going on, and so I'm gonna.
Nice.
So I need to just like once I get my Patreon comics, not Patreon comics, but my Patreon promos up, then I'm gonna start promoting the Gumroad again.
Oh, okay. I just gotta. I think I'm still at the part. Please check your connection. What?
See?
Oh no, I'm installing something on my computer because reasons.
That's cool.
Oh no, we after walking Waku, Chris and I are now playing
Crossmaga?
no, the Dofus online.
Oh, nice. Cause like
we're playing Dofus Touch on our like iPad. Like relaxing. And then, like, I wonder if they have it for PC. I can just like click and point and click everywhere.
Well, you know what you could also do? Ankama, the guys who make their stuff,
Yeah.
they have a YouTube channel.
They do?
They do. Ankama YouTube.
Well, yep, there it is. I don't care if it's in French. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, Crossmaga. Okay, yeah, I've heard of that. Pardon me. But we just play the Dofus Touch, just,
Well, what's also good about following Ankama on YouTube is that they also post-process stuff too. Like not like process like what I'm doing, or even speed paints, but still they talk about how they make what they make. Like they're still using Flash.
yeah.
Like not even for not for I don't think they're using it for Wakfu anymore, but I know that they're still using it for Crossmaga.
I mean, still. Well, for Wakfu, we looked it up. They're using the same animation program that Johnny Test was made in. I'm like, really? Because the quality looks 10 times better.
What, Toon Boom?
No, Wakfu looks 10 times better than Johnny Test, and they use the same animation program.
Well, no, I know, but I'm saying it's either they're using because I remember like the season 1 was done in Flash.
What program?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Season 1 was okay. That would explain a lot because Chris showed me like clips from I guess both seasons, like just different stuff, like jumping around, like, oh, you should check this out. And I noticed the animation was different. I'm like, honey, like, there's a difference here. He goes, and not like he couldn't see it, but like I couldn't describe, like when I was looking, I'm like, this is definitely done differently.
Yeah, like season 1 was done in Flash with I think a little bit of After Effects assist, and then I'm not sure, but I remember reading somewhere that season 2 was either done in Toon Boom or it was done. Like at some point they stopped working in Flash and they either went straight to After Effects or they were they went to Toon Boom. I forget which one it is, but like season 1 was done in Flash.
Oh, is this a push up? Yeah, let's look at this. It says if I'm reading this correctly. No, God, screw Fandango.
Chat.
Go back one. Walk cycle, making a final. What's sonoris?
My French is really rusty, so I don't know.
Okay. The March of Wakfu.
I mean, you could just put it in Google. What are you doing in here? Okay, but you gotta knock, kiddo. You gotta ask permission.
Duration 45 seconds, 24 frames per second. Photoshop CS6, Toon Boom, Animate Pro 2, After Effects CS6, and Pro Tools 10 HD. And this is from 2012 to 2013. It's What's Her Face's season 1 look.
Evangeline?
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely not using Flash. This is yeah, I think you're right, it is Toon Boom. Toon Boom.
I mean, that's part of just the epic nature of the show. You can't really keep doing it in Flash.
No.
Like I think I don't even think
like I said, you could definitely see the difference between season 1 and season 2. I was like, oh.
Like I mean, the problem is that after a certain point for almost any program, you are after a point like working despite the program, not because of it. Fly 92 4.
What's that show? Ruby. Like
Yeesh.
Ruby.
Yeesh.
What do you mean? Eesh?
I don't like that. It's Flash is spectacle for spectacle's sake.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure what they use. They use Smith Micro. They use was it Animation Pro or something? Poser Pro.
Yeah. Like I find that that when it comes to their action animation, it tends to everything tends to happen because it looks cool, not because there's a reason.
Right.
Like if you go and watch I don't watch it. I don't pay attention to it, so usually whenever I'm seeing clips, like my favorite thing is like example of this sort of style is watching whatchamacallit, Death Battle. Whenever they go into 3D,
right,
and the camera just spins because it can spin,
right,
not because you're trying to tell a different storytelling angle. So, yeah.
Well, what's funny is with Ruby, like, I don't know, like, if it's money or not, but when they were doing some of the promos were animated, and then like regular 2D like cartoon animation, like anime style.
They probably outsourced it to somebody else.
Yeah, and then it's like, and then I watched the show, and the show's done in
because it's easier.
Poser, right? So I was like, I didn't know if they had the budget or what the deal was.
Well, like you said, it's Poser.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is do the model once, and then you can not have to bother it over. Yeah, like Jolt writes style over substance, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, the thing is that it's a very good style over substance. Don't get me wrong, but as somebody who's just like, I need substance in my everything. Like, it's why you can't just sit me in front of a Michael Bay movie and then expect me to jizz my pants. Whereas conversely, like Wakfu, well,
Wakfu, like, it just. The one thing about Wakfu, like, when I did hear, like, yeah, season 1 was done in Flash, which is, it looked really good for a Flash thing, but you could tell the like I said, the quality between 1 and 2. But even in the second season's now using, Toon Boom and whatever, and like you said, After Effects assist. And then you see, an American cartoon like Johnny Test. Yeah, we use Toon Boom for that. I'm like, are you serious?
Because Americans don't have discerning taste, and we also live under the Jolt writes, I want to watch Wakfu, but I need to take the time. No, you don't.
No, it's on YouTube. Just watch it.
Well, no, not even that. It's just that the thing is that Wakfu isn't consistent, or at least not in the first season anyway.
No,
like
definitely first season is finding itself a bit.
Like the first season where there's episodes where it's like, oh my god, this is epic, and then there's moments where you're like, okay, can we get back to the parts that are not for kids anymore? I mean, that's really what it is. It's like because it's still children's television. It's just children's television that takes itself very seriously.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
like.
Jolt, Jolt's like, is it on YouTube? Yeah, it is on YouTube. Hubby and I found someone made a playlist of season 1, playlist of season 2, and then someone put on the OVAs are on there. There's like 3 OVAs.
But no, like it's not one of those. It's one of those things where you can not only binge it, but you don't have to be paying attention until you find the 1 or 2 scenes. Like Nox versus Grugel.
That was such a great fight.
I'm talking about their first duel, not the one where we get a hint of what they're both capable of, not the final duel. But Nox versus Grugel, Gobo was a good one, but those are like few and far and in between. Between like the sort of like Saturday morning hijinks, it takes a while for season 1 to be like, oh my god, this is epic.
Right.
So you don't really.
I'm wondering if that's the limitation of the program, or like, because the one thing for Chris and I when we were watching it, the first 3 to 5 episodes, I was like, this is playing like a video game because everything happened so fast. It felt kind of disjointed.
Well, I blame 2 things. One, they're still finding the story. And 2, the medium of origin was actually a video game. I mean, it is a
Right.
spin-off of Dofus. Or
I know,
Dofus, so.
and it showed in the first 3 to 5 episodes. Like after that point, like midway through season 1, it's like okay, it's starting to kind of like it's starting to get fleshed out. 'Cause it like the storytelling pace by that point is a lot better. But like I said, the first 3 to 5 episodes, it's like intro, friends, adventure, bam, bam, bam. I'm like, whoa, and because there were some key emotional moments in there, and I'm like they're not acting or taking this like they should.
But yeah, no, it very much was not a budget thing. At least I don't believe it was a budget thing.
No. It was either finding their foot thing.
Pretty much. I mean, sort of like how the Crimson Fly. Like I actually going back and reading issue 6 as it is. Currently, I think it's my best plotting yet. I can't say it's my best writing because the dialogue still needs the characters still need to find their footing. But I do think it's some of my best plotting yet. If you want to check it, if Joel, you or Jiggy want to check out the Swift that I have for it so far, not the Swift, but the app that I have for it so far. Like I think issue 6 is some of my best right now, but. Like, you kind of had to do volume 1 where all these standalone stories that were kind of ridiculously goofy.
Right.
You had to get through those first.
I feel like that's like, but like you said, it was a game first, and then it was an animation. So like, you can tell they were like, oh, we can't write like we do for a video game. Like this is a little different. Like they had to adapt. Or like with anything else, I feel like the first season of like a lot of stuff, it's always especially the first few episodes of that season. It's like, what are we doing? Establishing the tone, establishing like that. I feel like sometimes it takes a bit.
Or worst case scenario, you have to wait until somebody else pulls the trigger on their story plot. I'm still frustrated by the fact that I could never get back into Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because the first season had to wait for Captain America: The Winter Soldier to happen before it could pull its twist. Right.
Okay. I mean, I never watched it, but yeah, I could see a pitfall where if a franchise is dependent on another I don't want to say medium, but like it's a television show, but it's dependent upon a movie where it's like, well, you're hoping their shooting schedule stays on time, the editing schedule stays on time. Hopefully you don't have to do reshoots and stuff. It's like, okay. Because
that was really frustrating. Because I had a friend, me and him got into a big argument. We're just like, oh yeah, it was always that good. It was all part of the plan. I'm like, no, this first half of the season sucked because they were waiting to pull the trigger on Captain America. Mm-hmm. To be revealed that, oh, what happens to the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. when there is no more S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Right.
And I couldn't get into it after that. Mm-hmm. It also didn't help that they didn't go in the direction that I wanted, which is kind of dumb because like there wasn't enough to go on. Because I figured it would be this sort of like Men in Black thing where we would bounce between different teams and get to know different teams of agents. Like I thought it would be about the organization.
Okay.
But then it was like, nope, it's all about Coulson's team. I'm like, I like Coulson. I'm glad he came back from the dead. I'm kind of mad he didn't stay dead now.
But the fans.
Well, my problem with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is that none of it can ever be of consequence.
Right.
Like, yeah, if you watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2, you know that, like, the reason why the Avengers are where they are in Age of Ultron is because, like, Coulson called in a favor with Nick Fury without, like, Nick Fury somehow either the Avengers finding out that he was still alive or having the means to get in contact with any of the Avengers or what have you. Right. But even then, nothing of consequence can happen. Like, if the Inhumans are part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like that, their new series that they're making, then you'd know that they have nothing to do with Coulson's team.
Right.
Like, Coulson's team was basically like, oh my god, Inhumans. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not using anyone that I know or care about. Like, you're not using Black Bolt, you're not using Maximus, you're not using Medusa, hell, you're not even using Lockjaw. Like, you can't be of consequence. Like, I'm glad they got Ghost Rider, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't change the fact that, like, he's there for a season. And the thing is that it'd be one thing if it was, like, the Netflix series, where the Netflix series are saying, yeah, no, we're not connected to these at all. We can't be. Like, Charlie Cox was kind of disappointed that, like, Daredevil didn't get to be in Civil War. But Daredevil wouldn't have really made a difference in Civil War. It's like, oh, hey, I have radar powers that allow me to compensate for not being able to see. It's like, okay, you're slightly more functional than Hawkeye. Congratulations.
Right.
But like at the same time, the Netflix series never pretends to be more important than it actually is.
Right.
Like, there's no reason for Captain America to go investigate crime in Harlem. There really isn't.
Okay.
Same thing with Jessica Jones. Same thing with Daredevil. Like, maybe with the Hand, like, okay, fine. You need the Defenders. But you don't really need the Avengers to deal with the stuff that the Defenders deal with in their individual series. And they don't pretend that they need them. Like, I think Kilgrave was probably the one threat where they're like, maybe we should take out that guy. And then Jessica Jones just takes out that guy, so it's not a problem.
It's like, you're not relevant anymore.
So, but whereas, like, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was like, oh my god, if we don't save the world, then this could be, like, the end-all be-all for the Avengers. I'm like, the Avengers don't give two rat's ass about you. Or rather, according to, like, as Joss Whedon put it, as far as he's concerned, or rather, as far as he was concerned with when he was running the Marvel Universe, Coulson was dead.
Right.
Which for me was like, okay, well then I guess Coulson's dead.
Right.
Like, I don't know why you expect me to care. But that's just me, too, for that matter.
Well, I mean, Coulson's acting like I don't want to say Ubermensch, he's acting like the utility tool for, like you just described, for everybody. It's like, oh, that's what is it? The Gary suit. Almost,
yeah.
Because it's like, everything's fixed because of him.
Yeah.
And it's like, no.
Like, I think he served his purpose leading up to the Avengers, and I think he should have just stayed dead. It's like Shadow the Hedgehog.
Right. What happened to Shadow the Hedgehog?
So in Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow, like, does a heroic sacrifice where he can't, it's implied in the final battle that he can't maintain the super form as well or as long as Sonic can.
Right.
And so, right after saving the day by warping the giant Death Star laser to the other side of the moon, his super form gives out and he plummets to the Earth. And it's implied that he dies upon re-entry.
Okay.
Even though, like, Sonic and company regularly, like, base jump off of space stations and land on their feet with no problems anyway, on a regular basis.
Right. The one time it doesn't work.
So,
okay.
The thing is that Shadow was supposed to stay dead after that. It was like Metal Sonic, where it's like, okay, one time rival, now never seen again. Because he had a full arc too, like where he learned that revenge isn't everything. The girl, his waifu, human girlfriend, didn't want him to actually kill everybody, but she wanted him to save the world.
Right.
And he had his full arc where he became a good guy. But then the fans were like, yeah, we want him back.
Right. That's where you're like, sometimes fans ruin some things.
So honestly, I feel like he's the Vegeta who should have never turned good.
Ah.
Because, like, Vegeta turning... And that's kind of my problem with Dragon Ball Z, is that a lot of the... Because the powers all sort of boil down to the same source, which also then boil down to the same expression of the said source, it becomes, okay, what is the difference between all these people? PO3. CrimFly. Jolt Jaguar writes, kind of reminds me of Shenlong from Bloody Roar, except not as fun. I'm gonna take your word for it because I have not played Bloody Roar. I know Bloody Roar is the one where they all wear animals. But that's all I know about it.
I think Chris has that game. Yeah, they pretty much turn into animals, and it was clunky controls for the time, at least on the PlayStation, or wherever it was on at the time.
But so with Vegeta turning good, even though Piccolo did it first, even though Tien did it before Piccolo, even though Yamcha did it before. Well, Krillin did it before Piccolo. Yamcha did it before Krillin, and that's pretty much how Goku makes his friends.
Yeah.
But
Villain's homeless shelter.
pretty much. I mean, that's kind of what I'm worried about with Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, like, a lot of the characters have great visual designs. But that doesn't change the fact that the expressions of most of their powers are functionally the same. The only time the fighting got interesting for me was when Majin Buu was on the screen. Because I'm like, oh, he's big and he's fat. Of course he's gonna have to fight differently because his bodily proportions are literally more different than everybody else's.
Right.
But they needed 3 villains, and so they used the 3 major villains of the Dragon Ball Z universe. Well, technically they used 4 of them, but Vegeta's a good guy at this point, so. So, yeah. But that being said, Fighter Z looks really good. Looks better than Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Because, oh man. That is weird. Jolt just broke down, copy layers.
Oh, goodbye. Oh my god.
But, like, I don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite looks boring. Which is a weird thing to say about a Marvel vs. Capcom game. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just like, eh? Like, was I the only one who got that vibe with Infinite? Like, they weren't really trying?
I haven't played, so...
Well, I mean, it's not out yet. It was one of the E3 things.
Yeah, but even then, I'm like, eh. I don't play those games, so I don't have enough informed opinion.
Oh, no, I try to pay attention to as many of those as I can.
There you go, Joel. Boring roster, ugly character models.
Yeah, and boring animation, too. Like, oh, hey, Infinity Stones do a thing. Cool, whatever. So, yeah, no, Infinite looks kind of boring to me. Which is weird, a really weird thing to say. Especially in light of Fighter Z.
Right.
And I love how, like, Nintendo didn't announce Smash for Switch.
Ew. That should be like one of their primary things to do.
It's
like another staple.
Well, that's kind of what I said with like I said this before E3, and I was proven right. Assuming E3 is over, I'm not sure.
Well, apparently, PvP Live one day ago just said Nintendo Switch 3.00 firmware update is tournament friendly. So I'm guessing they had to fix some stuff before they do it.
But even then, I was what I said before was it's a no-brainer to have Smash Brothers on the Switch. But Nintendo is also known for being very boneheaded.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
yeah.
It was surfaced. Oh no, this is before E3. So a lot of I'm finding all the tech writings where they're like, oh, they should announce it at E3. They should announce it at E3. And it's like, nope, never mind. It's from like June 13th, where June 13th, Switch E3.
Because that was the interesting thing was that, like, I remember I was talking about to Sparkflow, and he was like, he was so sure that they were announcing it, and that they had announced that they were going to do it. And I'm like, where did you see this? And I think something he pointed to a interview where Reggie Fils-Aimé said that he was very Fils-Aimé said he was interested in doing it. I was like, that's not an announcement.
No, people were speculating. A lot of I just like looked up. Basically, it was speculation that they would announce it at E3. Like, it was one of those, oh, you should be announcing this at E3 because it's a staple. Like I said, so like there should be something about it. And then when they didn't, it's funny. The articles came out like the next day saying, no Smash Brothers at E3. What?
Like, nobody said they were gonna do it. They didn't say it.
No, but I think like they were expecting it though, because now that this Switch has been Switch has been out for a while now, and you already smashed it with Breath of the Wild. It's like, let's have another great follow up. You know what I mean? Like keep
Well,
riding
and Mario Kart.
train. Yeah.
'Cause I mean,
keep
it's
riding that train.
Which they didn't want to do.
Apparently not.
Which, I mean, I trust that they have a plan. Because, to be honest, like, there's a lot that they've announced that I'm like, I need to save some money.
Forget Devil May Cry. I'm not playing Devil May Cry ever again.
Jolt writes, I'm more concerned with where's my Devil May Cry.
Yeah, no.
That's not happening.
No.
Like, that's just not a thing.
No.
Like, I'm not even poo-pooing, like, DMC, or regular Dante. There just is not the interest there for that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the original games, and that's it. That new reboot, I was like, screw that.
But I mean, that's the thing. God of War is moving away from that. Bayonetta did not make enough money. I don't think either Bayonetta made enough money.
No, Bayonetta was basically definitely more sexual undertones.
And the thing to remember, Jolt, when you make the claim that yes, there's interest, you gotta take yourself away from the anecdote, i.e., yes, you like it. Yes, you and your friend circle might like it. The whole wide world of gaming has probably moved on from Devil May Cry.
It's not even just that. There is interest, but it's not enough to generate a new game. That doesn't mean there's no interest. It's the interest that's there is not enough.
Like, when I say there's no interest, I mean, I am speaking in hyperbole.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there is absolutely no interest in a Devil May Cry game. That's not true. That's just not true. Like, I will speak in hyperbole and I'll be like, no one likes it. And you'll say, yes, I do like it. And I'll be like, nobody likes it. It's, but there's just not enough.
Not enough people.
Especially since Capcom is having enough trouble floating any of their IPs together. Like, we have to wait until there's another Resident Evil to see whether or not their experiment with 7 is something that they can keep consistently.
Well, 7, from what I mean, I thought it was great. I didn't see their reception, but the reception seemed pretty positive enough that they will, like, it looked like it was enough to do a sequel or to keep going. So,
oh yeah.
But like I said, I haven't seen numbers or anything, so that's just my feeling.
Like, I mean,
like I said,
I
have my critiques of the game, but overall, I think they smashed it.
Yeah, that's the thing with, like, RE2 Remake. They're still playing it safe. Like, that's kind of my point. Like, they're playing it safe with...
Yeah, and I mean, Resident Evil 2 was it was one of the few times a follow-up to an original was better than the original. I get it, but, you know, okay, Resident Evil 2 Remake. Why? You just smashed it with 7.
Make an 8! Make an 8!
Follow up.
Or 7.5.
Or, like, you know, Nintendo, follow up the ride with the Smash Brothers at E3. Follow it up, like, you gotta ride that wave. You gotta go, I can't explain it. It's like, you gotta go with the flow instead of, like, put on the brakes, okay, we have to take it back a bit. It's like, no.
Like, I think they're right now, they're just sort of testing the waters.
Right.
And I honestly don't think Capcom really knows what they're doing right now. I think they're trying to play it as safe as possible. It's like Street Fighter V didn't make it. Well, quick, what's another IP that's a fighting game that we can recoup our losses on? Oh, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. 7 did well, but we're not sure it's enough to justify an 8. Quick, RE2 Remake. I mean, they're not gonna first person it like they did with 7. That's just not gonna happen. Yeah. Like, they're gonna just, like, update.
I hope they do. No, they need to keep it first person, especially with the graphics engines that are available for these consoles. Third person was fine for back in the day when the graphics sucked. But I think the first person, the way they changed the system for 7, I think they should keep in that direction. Don't go back to third person. It's not scary.
I think I would actually agree with that. But the point is that, like, a Devil May Cry game, not DMC Devil May Cry, but I don't think that's in the cards for Capcom in the moment. Like if they did do something like that, it would go RE, Resident Evil, then Mega Man, then Devil May Cry.
Right.
It wouldn't go Resident Evil, then Devil May Cry. In fact, when is the last time we had an action beat 'em up like in the vein of Bayonetta or Devil May Cry?
God, unless you do Japanese games or imports, not really anything.
Because I mean, like, yeah, there's the new God of War, but you can like, it looks like they're shying away from the like super hyper like spectacle beat 'em up. So.
Yeah.
I think that being said, I think that there is hope, but just not anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like, I think Capcom just needs to sort of get their assuming my niece is away, get their shit sorted out. Once they do that, then they will then they'll start experimenting again.
Yeah.
And I think
Capcom really has nothing to lose. Like I said, it seems 7 was. I mean, it wasn't explosive in terms of review. Like, people loved 7. Like, the critics said 7 was a great, come back to basics for Capcom. In terms of sales and overall general reception, the one thing I'm seeing on the internet is like, yeah, it's a really good game. So, I mean, there's enough positivity generated following that. Yeah, they can justify a sequel. I think the reason why it's not exploding in terms of popularity as it is because Capcom did screw up a lot with their IPs. So they did one thing really well again. They did their one IP really well again, and I think people are just hesitant to be like, So if they follow up with 8, let's say they make an RE8, and they follow it up with the same quality as 7, and keep to that formula or improve on that formula without going off the rails, I think they can get people more excited about the franchise again. Same with anything else they do. But like you keep saying, they're afraid to take a risk because they screwed up so many times in the last decade.
Well, and also like game development has gotten to a point where you can't afford a failure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can even see it with Nintendo. Like, even Nintendo's like, we're gonna throw Zelda at you because we know you like Zelda. But what about a new
Smash Brothers?
Well, actually, new Metroid. Which, don't get me wrong, they announced 2 of them. I didn't forget, because I know somebody's gonna jump on that in the comments.
Yeah, I was just like...
But, like, for a very long time, it wasn't until the Switch was a bona fide, oh yeah, we're gonna print money with this thing.
Right.
Like, it wasn't until then that they're like, yeah, let's do another Metroid game. 2 more Metroid games.
Yeah.
And hell, even then...
I'm sorry. I'm saying Joel writes the new God of War direction with Kratos. We finally get some decent writing. Well, I agree. I mean, I saw the trailer. I've seen some of the gameplay. I mean, you're talking about a guy who the first pretty much half of his life was spent killing all the killing all the Greek gods. Like, killing all the Greek gods, taking their power. What I call the angriest man, fiction or non-fiction, to ever exist. And he was just a walking like
rage bomb.
#rage monster. Oh yeah. I mean, who fights out of hell 3 times? Oh, Kratos does. Like, that's how pissed off he was. And in this series, like, he's aged, he's settled down to it. Like, that gruff exterior is still there. His harshness, his harsh view about life is still there. But he's not heartless. I mean, you can see he is in his own way, because remember, he is a Spartan in ancient times, in that whole culture. In his own way, he is ensuring that his son survives.
Oh yeah. But
so, I mean, I think it's a great character development for him, showing that yes, he's grown in the time that all this stuff has happened.
Oh yeah. I'm just kind of mad that it's all happening off screen.
What do you mean it's happening on a screen?
No, it's happening off. It happened off screen, like the whole mellowing out, like happened off screen.
I mean, well, they show some sequences with him with his wife. I'm guessing she's dead because it's implied that he's raising the kid by himself. So I'm wondering if they're gonna go into like flashbacks, like how he ended up in how he ended up there, how he ended up dealing with that, and then getting in a tiff now with the Viking gods. And in fact,
I kind of want to play it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, No, no, no. I don't want to play the game. I want to play that sequence. Don't tell me about it. Let me play it.
The game hasn't dropped. Yeah, we know the game hasn't dropped, but you know, with the kind of past Kratos had, it's like I want, like, just from a storytelling point of view, like, where, like, what made him change to stay with this woman, raise a child, and be as close to a father figure as possible? Because I mean, I understand the core is there because he was married and had a kid before, but he changed drastically when, you know, that was taken away from him and he became cursed. And
plus our
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, plus our speculation doesn't come from just simply, oh hey, like, logically speaking, are they gonna let us play the part where he makes love to his wife and then she dies and then we breastfeed the kid ourselves and then we change the kid's diapers and then we slowly see him become frustrated and then tired and then slowly those are not the fun parts of gameplay. They're not gonna give us that. Maybe the part where the wife dies, like Last of Us style.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna give us like the boring parts where he shows development, because that's not where growth lies in games. Not yet, anyway. At least not in AAA games.
Well, like I said, showing the difference between him in the first God of War series and then him now in this game, it's gonna be like a flashback sequence, or it has to be, you know what I mean? It has to be an animated flashback sequence, non-playable. That's the only way they can make that work, I feel like. And then it makes sense. But like I said, if you know Kratos' history, it makes sense that he, at some point, he will be able to have a family again, not be the same man he was in raising that family, but it's there because he has done it before. So, like I said, and to not keep him a rage monster for this one too, I mean, that's fine. It shows character growth.
But
yeah, they're definitely gonna have to tie up that gap some way, Joel.
But I mean, really, the problem with the game industry is that nobody can really afford to take risks. Like, even Nintendo, Metroid's not a risk. I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, yeah, it's one of their lesser known franchises, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still one of their main franchises.
Right.
And that's pretty much how most of these are working out. Like, that's why you're not gonna see Capcom first gambled on, oh hey, a reboot might bring us some of the lost goodwill that we lost over 4. We lost some even more goodwill. Then they decided to release a special edition. And I don't know the numbers on that, so I'm speculating.
What, Metroid?
No, not Metroid. DMC, like the Devil May Cry 4 special edition with where you had playable Virgil.
Yeah.
Like, I find that hard to believe that it did well.
Well, let's see what, you know me, I'm already gonna go look for it. Well, it got, at the time of its release, GameSpot gave it 6 out of 10, but then GameZone,
I don't trust GameSpot.
Yeah, well, Game Informer then gave it 9 out of 10. Like, the ratings
are all over the place.
Yeah, but they waffle between average, like, let's say 80 to 95%. Pretty much is the range. Sales. So, Devil May Cry, 1.8 million units by the end of its respective fiscal year. So, it was released in January 31st, 2008. 1.8 million by 2 million by the end of February of the same year.
That's good, right?
Yeah, by the end of the title's launch year, it had sold 2.32 million copies and would eventually reach the milestone of 3 million units by December 2014. So it took 6 years to sell 3 million units. Okay.
That doesn't sound good.
The thing is, I mean, I think because people like the Devil May Cry series, Devil May Cry 4 came out, and like with anything else, when you're doing good with a franchise, it exploded. And then I guess as the reviews came in that were more, I'm not saying that reviews are negative, it looks like they were more average. So I think that's why it petered out over its predecessors.
What, wait, 4 or the 4 the special edition?
4 special edition. December 2014 revealed that an updated version of the game. Okay, that one. Dude. Devil May Cry full. No, I want the special edition. That's what I put in the search. Review. Special edition. Wiki. Ah, there we go. Critical reception. No, they put it in with Devil May Cry 4 regular wiki. So Devil May Cry 4 was okay back in the day. The in-game economy was retuned.
And open.
Lady Trish.
Template. I don't know why I keep making vertical ones, but you never know when this is gonna end up on Webtoon, so.
Yeah, that's true. But, no. Okay, so I don't know why. Just show me the sales. Sales.
The thing
All
that's.
I want to see is this.
The thing that
So right now it's $20.
Well, the thing that's bugging me about like your search for the sales is that it shouldn't be that hard to find.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you, Steam Spy. So release date June 23rd, 2015. Score rank 82. User score 92. Old user score 91. Playtime total 13 hours, 19 minutes average. 5 hours, 34 minutes is the medium.
Wow, whatever you're looking at seems to be trying to be as unhelpful as possible.
Yeah. Oh, owners 213,000, give or take 12,000, 13,000.
That's still not a lot.
No. Owners beta changes audience. I don't care about. Yeah, I can go by how many people own it. Owners beta, whatever. So it looks like it didn't sell even 500,000, not even 500,000 copies, and it released for $25.
Well, and then not only that, but they also released a special edition of DMC Devil May Cry as well.
Right, well, this is...
Because the one where they fixed all the things that people didn't like about the first edition, I mean, barring story stuff. Oh, Joel asks on which platform.
I think this is overall. It doesn't say which platform. I think this is like everything. It's not saying for which system.
But even then, like,
all
any
the titles.
Yeah, but even then, selling under 1 million on any platform is not like.
Around, yeah, a year ago, 38,000. So.
But my main point being, if there was the interest, and I'm not saying that there isn't, like it's a either or. Obviously, there's interest.
It's
but,
not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sales are for someone. I went all over the place. Basically, the sales I just said, the 213,000 plus, is for everything, any platform, all platforms.
No.
And they said, but they said, I just saw a news article that said that Capcom's not going to determine it based on the special edition sales, like if they're going to do 5 or not. So, I mean, psh.
And the thing is, I wonder what it would take to bring that series back. Or bring that genre back. Because again, like, aside from Bayonetta 2, I don't remember the last action beat-em-up, or mainstream action beat-em-up, that or spectacle beat-em-up that I've seen in a very long time.
I was gonna say, I have a Japanese beat-em-up that's a game beat-em-up that's really awesome, and it's not well known. It's definitely very niche.
It's not God Hand, is it? Because that was a while ago.
No. It's old. It's old. The story was weak sauce, but like you got different powers depending on if you were able to find the things in the stage, like, and you had to level up each power so that like your one power you were surrounded by a bunch of shields. But you only got like 1 or 2 shields in the beginning, and then if you leveled it fully, you got 6. And then, but that was pure defense. But then your other one was pure attack with swordsman, and then you had 4 or 5 different ones, and they each served a purpose. I'm gonna go look for it because I don't, Chris.
But yeah, no, the game industry doesn't like taking risks. I don't actually know of any commercial medium that likes taking risks anymore other than the independent market. Like, I honestly don't think that that Marvel or DC, like, I had a friend of mine in Atlanta where he was like, hey, so how much would it cost to make your, for you to make the Crimson Fly? And I was like, eh. And then a friend of his ran the numbers without asking me, and he's like, yeah, we wouldn't be able to afford to pay him to do that.
Yeah.
Like, we just live in a society where, like, if you want risk and you want risk takers, you gotta do it yourself. You gotta shoulder all the burdens if it doesn't pay off. Which sucks.
I feel like, but the one thing I find, and like I said, this is another anecdotal evidence, it's just my observation of certain patterns. It's like when games get big budgets, or big companies like Capcom, they don't want to take the risk and lose all that money. But then you have indie developers who don't have a lot of money to deal with, so they have to make sure their storytelling is on point, their character design and development is on point.
CrimFly.
What?
CrimFly.
CrimFly. But like everything has to be more on point for them because they don't have that financial security if they do screw up. So I feel like a lot of indie stuff, CrimFly, turns out a lot better than a lot of mainstream stuff because the mainstream has the money to be like, oh, we just took a $500,000 loss on this comic, on this video game, whatever. Oh, no
Michael Bay.
Yeah. I mean, like, not no big deal, but like Capcom, yeah, they took a loss, they don't want to do it again, so they're just gonna play it safe, but then they have the money to like be like, yeah, we're gonna play it safe for now, and we have the money to just coast for a while just doing that. It's like, no. And indies have to be more innovative and more willing to take risks because they have nothing to lose. I mean, it's just something I've observed.
Pretty much.
It's not like a hard, fast rule. Yeah.
Pretty much. 93. Doing all my my thumbnails. So I'm not recording right now because like this is just all my thumbnails and stuff that I normally do. And I figured this will take me up until 11, and then after that I'm gonna go pass out.
Yeah, hubby's got to be up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm hoping he's getting some sleep.
Export image. Actually, no. Export movie. Cancel. So basically, if I do all this stuff now, I don't have to worry about it later on when I put these things on YouTube.
Right.
Production, YouTube thumbnail, Finn. Save. No, not as a Swift. Dang it. Export movie as a PNG sequence.
Oops.
Pretty much. Well, because what I'm doing is I'm making the thumbnails.
Right.
And what's great about doing them as an image sequence is that then I just like, oh, put them in sequence and then boom, there you go, you're good.
Right.
Although it's funny because like my argument with anecdotal evidence that I hate is that it's always weird whenever somebody's like, well wait, I like the thing. I'm like, that's great. It's not just about you though.
Right. And like I said, well, I prefaced my thing with anecdotal evidence. Like I said, it's just my observation. If other people have other things, that's fine. It's just something, I don't know if I'm looking for it or it's just something that's just coming into my vision or I keep seeing over and over and over again. I'm like, okay.
Because I'd be lying if I said that I don't succumb to that too at times.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody does.
But it's just, it's weird because like I'll be in an argument about something else and somebody will say, well, I like thing, and I'm like, that's great. It really is great, but it's not just you. Ah, crap.
Yeah, well, you like, someone liking something, it's not making an actual observation. It's just like, they're just stating a preference.
Well, I mean, well, no, I'm not gonna air dirty laundry. But, yeah, it's really frustrating.
No, I hear that.
No, I don't want to go into a group. I want to find search current document for a color.
You know, I think with the rainstorm we had this afternoon, it would be cool down a bit. No, it just made it all humid and crap.
Yep. Yeah, I hate that.
Right.
That shit, homie. Okay. Although, Mania looks so good. I almost want to put on Chemical Plant all over again. And we're gonna save it in the work in progress folder. Save that. Export image. It's funny because like my Tapastic thumbnails have now become my my YouTube thumbnails.
Okay.
Well, because when I have to put in the cards and the end screens, Like they now they ask for a square, like a 300 by 300 square, which is exactly what I use for my Tapastic annotations. I mean my Tapastic thumbnails. So I just now keep doing that because you never know. It's really weird. Like I think at some point I'm gonna try a webtoon. No, I'm not gonna try a webtoon. I probably should, but I don't like Tapastic kind of like ruined that for me. And number 94. So I love it. It's like, oh hey, it's all white and it's all white until the last screen.
That's not good. I'm actually trying to find you on Tapastic and I can't.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I shut it down. It's not there anymore.
Oh, okay.
Because there was that big thing about the terms of use change.
Yeah, you were telling me. Yeah, I remember this discussion. Right.
So Jolt writes, how did Tapastic ruin it? So about a month ago, or no, yeah, it was about a month ago, Tapastic announced that their new terms of service, wherein they would have the right of first refusal. And what that is basically, if I say I want to go publish it someplace else, or I want to not publish it like Webtoon or something like that, but if I want to get it put into a book, Webtoon, Tapastic would then reserve the right to make me an offer first before allowing me to go to this other publisher. That's the right of first refusal. And the thing is that
because they're not even. I'm sorry, they're not even like a major that. At least to me, it doesn't seem like that major to like even pull something like that. A right of first refusal, like that's something major companies do, like a Marvel or a DC, not Tapastic.
Even then, no one does that. Like that's just assumed that that's a right of the original creator that the other company has to negotiate for if they really want it.
Right. And I mean, but like I said, bigger companies will do that. Like, not even just right of refusal, just flat out. Especially I just know from the software world, it's like non-compete clause. Like if you leave, you can't work in that area for like a year. Within a certain mile radius. It's like that's so stupid.
So a lot of people got really mad about that. And it got worse with the revelation on depending on who you're following on Twitter, that they had been in the habit of back when they changed their name, which is also another red flag.
Oh,
they used to be
called?
Comics Panda.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah. So they changed their name from Comics Panda to Tapastic to Tapas.
Yeah, and I saw that it was called Tapas now, by the way. I was like, okay.
And so once that got out, so when they were Comics Panda, they were actually taking other people's web comics and putting them on their site without permission.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that way back then, and I thought, wow, that's sketchy as hell.
So as a kid, I was taught to, like, give people second chances.
Cite your work.
Well, not so much cite your work, but like give people second chances and stuff.
Right.
As an adult, I'm starting to learn that like usually whatever's become public is something that is indicative of their behavior going forward. And if you don't nip it in the bud now, they're gonna do it again and again and again and again until somebody forces them to stop.
Right.
So I didn't want to get to a point where it's like, oh yeah, this is like, I mean, especially coming off of Frederator, where Frederator didn't abuse me. Let me get that out of the way. Frederator's been great. Rather, Frederator was great at the beginning, and they have never screwed me over. But they also aren't doing anything with me right now. So, yeah, I didn't want to get to that point with Tapastic. Where I'm like, oh yeah, you can't publish the CrimFly anywhere. I'm like, say who, what? So
like, and it's like, oh, and if you're going to publish it, you have to... wasn't there something else? It's not even just right of refusal. Usually those also come with, you have to, and if they do accept your publication, it's like you have to wait like a certain amount of time before you can put it on somewhere else. That was the other part, I think. Usually it's in there as well.
Yeah. So,
and stuff like that. So
after this huge kerfuffle, like, there was a pretty decent mass exodus. Like, not everybody left. And I think
they still got like 1,600 comics on there.
And to be honest, like, Tapastic was never really doing it for me. I liked Tapastic. I liked it as a sort of YouTube light, but the CrimFly did not fit that audience, or at least if it did, I wasn't promoting it properly. So I was like, well, screw it, I'm done.
Right.
Because it's like if you're not doing anything for me, then I don't need you.
Well, if you're not doing anything for me, and then you're gonna tell me that I have to kowtow to you first before running around trying to expand my brand, then you can go to hell.
Pretty much. So, and it's kind of made me a little bit reticent about trying out Webtoon.
Right.
Because Webtoon, for one thing, I have to reformat all my comics to work on their platform, and at like 90-something strips, I don't feel like it. Like, I'd have to be like, hey, Jolt, you want to do me a favor, a solid, and go through my entire archive and export them to the specifications of Webtoon? Not just the comics, but also my thumbnails, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm speaking sarcastically. I'm not actually offering this.
Yeah. No. I mean, don't get me wrong. Because it's a vertical format, like, it's interesting to read, and you can do some, like, pretty cool stuff. But at the same time, it's like, it doesn't help when, well, because it's Webtoons, I think, optimize it specifically for mobile platform, which is why it's the vertical template. But I mean, I don't know why they can't, or somebody find a way where, pardon me, keep the standard format for mobile.
Well, you can.
Readable.
They just like it, their particular format. Also, I'd have to, because all my files are saved as JPEGs, I'd have to go back and resave them as PNG. I mean, they want JPEGs, all my files are saved as PNGs. I'd have to go back and re-export everything, and I'm like, why?
Why? That's a large format. Well, a larger format, but whatever.
So either way, I was just like, nope. So,
Negatory ghostwriter.
And actually, what I should do at some point is save that, delete that, is go through and put it back on Tumblr, but even then I don't want to do that. So the only place to find the CrimFly in a static format is either on Gumroad when I release everything, or if you go to the main site. But the point being that, like, I'm just at a point where I'm like, nope, screw all of them. Just, they can just go screw, because this is dumb.
I mean, it's like, I understand you have the CrimFly on its own website, and granted hosting it on a specific other website so that it reaches a wider audience, but I feel like having it on its own website allows you to especially because yours is animated, allows you to customize it and optimize it for that audience. But then, like we keep talking about it, we keep running into the dilemma of, well, now how do I reach this audience to this specific website, because it's one comic, rather than like Tapastic or Webtoons where they're like, okay, I'm gonna go read my 5 comics today on this one website.
Yeah, like
instead of a 1-to-1 comic website ratio.
Like, I tried to set up an RSS feed, but that's just not a thing. Like, I think I have 2 followers on an RSS feed for the CrimFly.
Right. Honestly, if a website's gonna host comics, like, I feel like, I don't know, I think there should be a thing where it redirects it to the artist's comic website instead, to a certain extent.
Yeah, but they want all the attention.
But you're still getting the clicks, is what I'm saying. You still have to go through their website to find it, but I don't know.
I mean, there are a few like that, like the Belfry, I forget what it's called, but Belfry Webcomics Archive does that.
Yeah.
And so does Comic Rocket when they were active. I don't know if they're active anymore.
Right.
I mean, there are a few sites like that, but like there's no web hub like that. I mean, for the reason that it's like, if we're gonna be hosting your stuff, we don't want you exporting back to somebody else to your own site.
Right. Like,
I mean, the thing is that nowadays there are so many ways around having to to do somebody else's host. Like if you go to the CrimFly.com, it's a blog. It just doesn't look like a blog.
Right.
Or if I wanted to, I could do it on Tumblr, and it would still look like a website.
Right.
I just didn't. Or rather, I actually did try for a little bit, and I just kind of stopped keeping up with it because it's not as easy to customize. But there's ways around it. There's still nothing quite as good as hosting on your own site, like a WordPress site. But
right.
You don't have to go to WordPress if you have a webcomic idea and you just don't want to trust a host.
Right.
So let's see, because we're almost done here tonight. I just need to finish doing.
I said woohoo.
Yep. There we go. Change that from issue 6 to issue 4 to issue 6. Number 94. Save as. Number 94. Whew. Work in progress. Save. And yeah, we'll just do the hand and the jacket and the thumbnails. File, open. 94. YouTube thumbnail. Come on, Flash.
It's like Flash. Oh, you like this? So I showed Broheim. Well, he has an Apple computer. He has like the newer versions of the iMacs. You know, everything built in the monitor.
Yeah.
So he's thinking of just getting a straight up iPad.
And it's not a bad idea.
I mean, no, I told him, like, listen, well, if you have an iCloud, it'll be easier to just move everything back and forth between the computer and the iPad if you're, like, sketching on the go and then you just export it. So, but I did show him the Surface Pro and he's like, oh, these are nice. I'm like, yes.
Actually, if he gets the Surface Pro, there's a program I really like called Mischief. Wherein it's basically an infinite canvas.
Okay.
Not only that, but it also has transparency too. Like not just like transparency as in like the layer transparency, but like program transparency.
Okay.
Hey, it's a Jen SAR who's popping in like right as the stream is like almost over. But basically it has like program transparency, so if you want to draw on top of a YouTube video, you can do that too.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I would check it out.
Yeah, I'll tell him about that too. He'll get a kick out of that.
I don't know if it's available for Windows. I mean for Mac. I don't know if it's available for Mac is what I'm saying, because like I'm on Windows.
Program Mischief, sketching and paint software made with Mischief. Mischief for makers.
Yep.
It is a sketching app.
Yep. Okay, so that's a bad one.
I don't care. I don't care.
Let me see. What do the characters look like? That's also not a good one for sketching. Mother Fudger. Oh, it's funny because I'm listening to the boss fight for
It is for Mac OS 10 and Windows. Okay.
Oh, then you should totally pick it up.
Yeah, they have a free version. Yeah, I'll definitely tell him about that. He'll get a kick out of that.
But it's funny because I'm listening to the final boss for Jet Set Radio, and the guy who does the voice is Charles Martinet. So Mario is the final boss of Jet Set Radio Future.
Did someone just say Mischief Makers because that game is a childhood memory? Oh no,
nope.
Joel, we're talking about a software.
You should actually check it out, Joel. It's actually pretty cool. But it's a free illustration software that's basically got an infinite canvas, and it's got whatchamacallit? It's got program transparency.
Here, I'll put the link in the.
Much appreciated.
I have to. What is my password?
Okay. 94.
There you go.
Yep, Jiggy just dropped it in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, so File. Save this as YouTube thumbnail. 94. Save.
Xbox X1. God, I have to watch the commercial.
Oh, Xbox One X.
Whatever you want to call it. It's no.
It is still super dumb. I'm not ever gonna debate that.
No, not even just the name. Like, oh, okay, yeah, not just the name. It's like Microsoft. See, I got an Xbox 360, like I said, because way back then, because Chris and I won like some 50-50 raffle, and we're like, oh, let's get the Xbox 360. It was the Resident Evil 5 edition, by the way. So
Yeah.
So it's red with red controllers and all that stuff. It came with RE5 and the book. It was awesome.
Well, it was awesome,
like,
except for RE5.
RE5 in terms of, you know, being a Resident Evil game sucked, but it was fun in terms of, you know, Chris and I playing together and, you know, multiplayer. Resident Evil.
You know what I found weird?
Zombies together. Yay.
What was weird about that generation was that there was a whole bunch of those games like that, where like the first time it made the circuit rounds, it was like everybody's like, oh my god, it's amazing. And then like the second time it made and then once people started actually paying attention, they're like, this isn't really that great.
Yeah, I mean, Resident Evil 5, the minute I knew buying Resident Evil 5, I'm like, okay, it's a shooter now. Like, I like the Resident Evil franchise. I was like, maybe I was holding out hope that they would fix it at some point.
And I would agree
at
with,
the same time,
I would agree with Joel, where he's saying, it's not great, but it's not complete garbage. I would agree.
yeah, I mean, Chris and I had fun. Like I said, playing single player with an AI is sucky. Don't ever do it. Like, the only time I would play RE5 is if my husband played with me or had a second player, because AI sucks. Your partner as an AI is horrible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then, so, but like I said, I got the Xbox 360, and like, you know, Dead Space, like, all these games came out for the 360, I was like, you know, this is actually really good. And then Xbox One came out, and then their game lineup was like, you know, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, whatever, all that, Black Ops, and I'm like, no.
Yep.
No thanks. Halo 5. Halo 5 was horrendous.
Alright, there was a fifth one of those.
Yes, and it was bad. And it should feel bad.
I feel that.
Oh, my friend did a whole video rant on how bad it was, breaking down everything. Like,
really?
Oh yeah. He went on a tangent. I think the video got like 100,000 views in the first like month.
Wow.
It was bad.
Is that why they slowed down on that one?
Yeah. Oh my god. People were like, this is so... I mean, besides the PvP aspect, which, you know, Halo fanatics are about the PvP. So let's get that out of the way. Let's be honest. The campaign was short as hell. I never played it, but from what I was hearing, the campaign is short as hell. You can beat it in one sitting. And the storyline that basically your AI goes rampant and decides to kill off the human race, it's like, wait, what?
Yep, that was it.
The storyline makes no sense in terms of the character development. People were like, what? Are you serious? And even though Nathan Fillion is supposed to be like one of the voice, like they obviously modeled one of the Spartans after him, they made out that Master Chief and this Spartan captain were gonna go at it. Like, it was a major point of the story that they were gonna go at it and be a long fight, because the whole point is Chief went rogue. It's like, what? So first off, that fight only lasted literally 30 seconds.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a big hype thing.
It was a big hype, but at the same time, for me, my suspension of belief is gone, because wait, Chief went rogue? You went, like, if my most famous soldier in all of Spartan whatever, doing whatever, takes a ship and starts jetting it, my first question is, what is going, like, I would give them the benefit of the doubt, especially if he's like our top soldier, like fully decorated, like someone with, I wouldn't question someone with his reputation, let me put it that way. And that's like the first thing they think of, oh, he went rogue, let's go after him. Like, you would not think that. Sorry, that killed it right there.
Well,
and like I said, the second part
drama.
is, well, it was so forced, it was stupid.
Well, and the difference between Spider-Man versus Mysterio and Spider-Man 2 is that was explicitly supposed to be the point, was how anticlimactic that was.
Right.
Like,
but the second point of that story was, like I said, they made Cortana because Katana was going rampant at the end of 4.
4, yes, and then she did a
She sacked herself.
Yeah.
She sacrificed herself. Now, granted, if she came back, they made it that like her line of thinking now is because she was supposed to also have gotten rid of the rampancy because she sacrificed herself. That's how they played it at the end of 4. But in 5, apparently, because she came back, you know, it has to deal with the whole Forerunner stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came back and she is basically doing what I guess the Forerunner composer was doing. She was destroying worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I forget what the reasoning was. It was some backwards reasoning that I'm like, that would never, ever, 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 ever happen. Like that line of thought would never go through her process.
Until it did.
Yeah, I mean, they forced character. I don't want to say character. So they forced character traits and things to happen that it would never happen ever. And like I said, the whole hyping of the story between the Master Chief and this Captain Spartan was supposed to be a big fight, and it was nothing. Like, fans were so jilted.
So yeah.
Don't acknowledge Halo 5. That game does not exist.
Well, good luck with that, because you know they're going. Well, I say they're going to. I think that Microsoft has moved on from Halo.
Well, I think because 5 was such a bad reception, they were gonna make it like a second trilogy, 4, 5, 6, and it was like, no, don't do it. Just save yourself the trouble. You know?
So, yep. And I think that's where we are with a lot of these franchises. Like, I don't think Nintendo's ever going to recognize whatchamacallit, Federation Force.
Okay.
Because that was the Metroid spin-off for 3DS. Like, that was like their Rocket League.
Okay.
And that just didn't happen. Or rather, that I think they're going back to Samus.
Right.
Which is weird because I didn't think they were ever going to listen to the fans on that one, but they did.
Samus is their Wonder Woman, so to speak. So it's like, come on.
Oh, where is it? Okay, cool. So those are there. And then one more thing, and then we're going to go to bed.
Holler.
Which is funny because
I'm gonna. Oh, what were you gonna say? It's funny.
It's funny because I said that like before I started doing what I'm doing right now.
What?
So
Samus is Nintendo's Wonder Woman.
No, exporting for the compilation.
Yeah.
Export files. What I'm looking for, anime comic. Because what I do is basically so that way I have a export. What? Oh no, I don't want to export the image. File, open. Because what I'm doing is I'm compiling the app version as I go along. So that way I don't ever have to really worry about like doing it at the very end. Because that's what I used to do is like I would compile the app at the very end, and it would take forever. Because I'd be like, okay, well I have to make this code, I have to make this code, etc., etc., etc.
Yada yada yada.
Now what I'm doing is I'm doing it as I go. And if you like stick around for like 5 more minutes, I swear this is gonna be cool. So, enter, save that. The hell? Oh! Oops, timeline. Go into there, delete the code, F5. There we go. Alright, cool. So basically I'm making Swifts of the app version. And then timeline. So basically what this allows me to do is that even if I don't get something for next week, I still have something to upload.
Right.
364. And delete these layers. And boop. Put that center. Save that as the comp. Save. Come on. Come on, Flash.
Come on. Here's a cookie.
So cool. Alright, so you guys get to see what's on my computer. my Patreon comic, which I need to actually front to you guys to see what that looks like. What you think of that? But let's go to Dropbox. Current projects. I have 2 comics available right now in terms of or rather planned out for Patreon. The first one is basically who I am and what I do, and the second one is going to be what everybody else gets out of me being on Patreon. Because I'm on the site called webcomics.com, and one of the Brad guy who, I forget what he writes. I think he writes PvP, the comic. Right. But he's talking about like how people will go into the spiel about why they're on Patreon and how much they appreciate it and all that stuff. And he's like, no. If you really want people to really love this, you need to tell them why they need what they get out of it. Right. Which people have a tendency to.
I was gonna say, like, I know I Patreon Sakimi-chan, but besides being a good art, like, I want to get to that level someday, but she gives back, like, you know, tutorials and all these videos on how her process is done. So it's like, it's like, here, this is how everything's done.
This is how the sausage gets made.
Yep.
So what's that? Okay, so let's delete that. Page 21. The cool thing is that I don't even have to update the code for the compilation, the sort of binder. Because it's essentially basically loading from externally. So all I have to do is just drop the Swift files in there. And where is it? Copy that. Paste that. F2. Paste, rename that PG 22. Crap. Oh wait, no. Delete that. And then rename that 22. So, Swift, app, work in progress. Alright, let's go to comp. So, it's going to pop up in a half a second. So there's the cover. Then bounce off the roof. Boom! And there's a cover. And then it recycles. So go to the comic, there's page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. And all the animations and stuff. And rewind.
Can you hit contents?
No, there's no table of contents yet.
Oh, okay.
Mostly because I don't know how many pages it's going to be yet. So I don't want to build those buttons if it doesn't exist yet.
Right.
So then if I fast forward all the way to the very end, there's today's strip, or last week's strip, where the factory falls into the water, or rather collapses and makes loud noises. And then there's this week's strip. And then there's next week's strip. And that's about it. I mean, I still have to go in. And edit the Blogspot files. But that's about it for tonight. So tomorrow I'm going to do the animation for the second one where he falls to his knees, and then there's a smoke, and then he's crying in the third panel, and then there's a smoke rising in the last panel. But I'm going to do that tomorrow, on my own time. Or I might just pass out. It doesn't matter. And then Friday I will be working on the animation for next week's strip. And with that should catch me all the way back up to where I was supposed to be. So that's it for tonight. Who are you on the other side of the Skype thingy? Not Skype. Discord.
Discord. Yes, my brain cells are dying at this point.
Same.
Yeah. No, I'm Jiggy Art. I deal mostly right now in pinups and illustrations, character designs, illustrations. And you can find me on Facebook.com/JiggyArt, or you can follow me on Twitter at JiggyArt2204. And thanks, Skip, for letting me, voice in as usual.
And then on that note, I am Colin SkipperWing Bird. The next stream will be Friday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We will be working on the next strip. Also, look forward to the YouTube videos for both last week's strip, or rather this week's strip, and also my JoJo's Bizarre Adventure video, because that's something else I have to do tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys for popping by. Let's see who's still in the chat. I'm not gonna host or do anything like that. I'm just gonna go to bed. So Second Genome, thanks for hanging out. Best Ever, thanks for hanging out. Fake One, thank you. Jen Sese Art, thank you. Jiggy, Joel Jaguar. And I will catch you guys all in the next stream. Catch y'all later.